Mic test. Mic test. Good enough? Hello? Good enough? Mic test. Mic test.
Test. Test. Test. 1, 2. Test. Yeah. One, two.
take this opportunity on behalf of the committee to extend warm Happy New Year greetings to everyone present. I also would like to convey our support and strength to our colleague, Senator Williams, who is dealing with a family emergency, and apologies for Senator Elena Smith, who will be joining us this afternoon following her own family and professional requirements. As we resume the public hearings, I will again read the motion. The motion for the appointment of a special select committee. Sorry. Yeah. A motion for the appointment of a special select committee to investigate all documents, communications, and processes tied to the signing of the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, and the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, and to investigate all documents, communications, and processes that resulted in the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, being presented to Cabinet, accompanied by draft legislation, as attachments to Cabinet Confidential Memo number 84 of 2023, dated May 15, 2023. Whereas paragraph D of section 61A2 of the Constitution of Belize provides that among the powers and functions of the Senate is the instituting and conducting of inquiries and investigations on any matter of public interest or importance, at paragraph G thereof requiring the attendance before it of any chief executive officer in a government ministry in respect of any matter of which he has knowledge by virtue of his office, or in respect of anything related to his office and the due execution of his duties, and at paragraph H thereof requiring the attendance before any committee of the Senate of any minister of government. And whereas the public has become aware of a signed document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, and given that that document has subsequently been presented to government along with draft legislation as attachments to Cabinet Confidential Memo number 84 of 2023, with certain recommendations from the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, and within the context of questions regarding the legality of the contents of that document. And whereas the Government of Belize has committed to, quote, fight corruption and, quote, work to restore confidence in the government, quote, and tabled same in a good governance motion in January 2021, to signal, quote, serious about meaningful reform and open and accountable governance, end quote, to all Belizeans. And whereas the government acknowledges and heeds the call of the citizenry, including several of the social partners represented in the Senate through the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry, BCCI, the Belize Business Bureau, BBB, the National Trade Union Congress of Belize, NTUCB, the Belize Council of Churches, BCC, and the Evangelical Association of Churches, EAC, and the non-governmental organizations, NGOs, in recognition that the chronology, communications, and legality tied to and related to this agreement are matters of public importance, and that in the interest of ensuring good governance and compliance with organizational best practice and statutory requirements, it is desirable that the Senate exercises its powers and functions under the Constitution of Belize to conduct an inquiry into and investigate this agreement. And whereas Standing Order number 69 of the Senate Standing Orders, which are herein further referred to, provides for the appointment of a special select committee other than a standing committee by order of the Senate, which shall specify the terms of reference of the committee, including its composition. And whereas Standing Order number 70 provides, among other things, that every select committee shall be so constituted as to ensure as far as possible that the balance of the parties in the Senate is reflected in the committee, and whereas Standing Order number 72 provides authority to enable the Special Select Committee to summon witnesses to a sitting thereof, now be it resolved that the Senate shall approve the appointment pursuant to Standing Order number 69 of a Special Select Committee of the Senate, hereinafter referred to as the committee, with the following terms of reference and composition. to conduct an independent and impartial investigation and inquiry into the signing of the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, and to determine which, if any, established procedures and/or investment policies were followed, to determine what advice, policy, or basis the Ministry of Finance, Economic Development and Investment, in consultation with the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations, relied upon to prepare Cabinet Confidential Memo 84 of 2023, recommendations and draft legislation, and subsequently submitted for Cabinet's consideration and approval, into all communications and documentations tied to the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, and into all communications and documents tied to the document titled Definitive Agreement by and between the Government of Belize and Portico Enterprises Limited, DBA, the Port of Magical Belize, dated October 1st, 2020, being presented to Cabinet along with related draft legislation as attachments to Cabinet Confidential Memo number 84 of 2023 on May 15, 2023, with certain recommendations from the Ministry of Tourism and Diaspora Relations. To require the production of such communications and documentations, papers, and records as the committee shall deem relevant to the inquiry and examine pertinent documentation. To determine whether, consequent with the investigation and inquiry, statutory and other procedures were complied with. To require the attendance before the committee of former ministers of government, current ministers of government, signatories of the agreement, and/or those who may have information by virtue of his office which may be relevant to the inquiry, pursuant to Section 61A(2)(g) of the Constitution of Belize. To require the attendance before the committee of those heads of departments, regulatory committees, and/or those who may have information by virtue of his office or responsible for and involved with the issuance of environmental compliance clearance permits et al., and/or any other official of government who may have information which may be relevant to the inquiry pursuant to Section 61A(2)(h) of the Constitution of Belize. To require the attendance before the committee of all such current and former public officers in the ministry responsible for the ministries of investment and trade, economic development, finance, tourism, etc., as well as those responsible for ports, environment, etc., pursuant to Standing Order number 72 of the Senate Standing Orders, as well as to produce all relevant communication, papers, and records of the ministry, departments, et al., as may be necessary to conduct its inquiry and investigation. To examine all such persons required to attend before the committee as witnesses, pursuant to Standing Order number 72 of the Senate Standing Orders. To hold and conduct its citizens and meetings in public and broadcast live, except for sittings which are held only for the purpose of deliberation of matters which are subject of the committee, which sitting shall be held in private. That the committee shall hold its hearings with due urgency and expedition in accordance with Standing Order number 75 of the Senate Standing Orders. Make a report to this Honorable Senate as soon as it may be practicable of the results of its inquiries, with all such comments and recommendations as the committee may deem fit, furnishing this Honorable Senate with a full statement of its proceedings and of the reasons leading to its conclusions and recommendations. That the report shall be tabled in this Honorable Senate and become a public document. All committee members shall be allowed sufficient time and equal opportunity to question witnesses and shall be permitted to question each witness who attends a sitting. Each witness shall be afforded the opportunity, pursuant to Standing Order number 7213 of the Senate Standing Orders, to review his or her evidence and the findings of the report, and shall have the opportunity to suggest corrections due to inaccurate reporting within 14 days of the date from which the report was sent to the witness by the clerk. The committee shall be permitted to hire attorneys, accountants, and such other experts as required by the committee. The office of the Senate shall be the office of the Secretariat of the committee. That the committee shall be appointed consisting of 7 senators as follows: 2 from those appointed on the advice of the Prime Minister, 1 from those appointed on the advice of Leader of the Opposition, the 1 appointed on the advice of the Belize Council of Churches and the Evangelical Association of Churches, the 1 appointed on the advice of the Belize Chamber of Commerce and Industry and the Belize Business Bureau, the 1 appointed on the advice of the National Trade Union Congress and Civil Society Steering Committee, the 1 appointed on the advice of the non-governmental organizations. The senators who are members of the committee shall, at the first meeting of the committee, elect a chair of the committee, and the quorum of the committee shall be 4. Thank you. And I'd also like to take this opportunity to extend apologies on behalf of Senator Bennett, who is currently traveling. I'd like to ask the clerk to please call the first witness, Dr. Leroy Almendarez.
I, Dr. Leroy Almendarez, do swear that the evidence I shall give to the Senate Special Select Committee touching the matters in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Morning, Dr. Almendarez. Yes, it's on. When the light comes on, you press it one more time. Yeah, it's on.
It's on? Hi, good morning, Chair. Good morning, members of the committee.
I have to tell you a couple things. I'll start off with the good news, which is Happy New Year. Wish you well in 2024. But also to extend our apologies formally to you, because at the last occasion in December, we asked you to be present and you were here, and time did not permit for us to have you appear to share your information in our exercise. So we apologize for any inconveniences caused at that time, and we do want to recognize your commitment to being helpful to the committee. So please accept our apologies in that regard.
Accepted, Chair, and you're welcome.
Thank you very much. Senator Herrera.
Good morning, Dr. Almendarez, and Happy New Year to you as well. Thanks for appearing, as the chair just mentioned. I think that it's well understood that your presence here is for us to try to get a better understanding of the subject matter that we're investigating, and in no way implies any wrongdoing on any of the persons who we called to provide information. So I just wanted to put that on the table before we begin. Dr. Almendarez, Beltrade, it's our understanding that Beltrade plays a very important role in terms of the function of the cabinet subcommittee in looking at investments, looking at the viability of those investments and all the other information that maybe need to be gathered as in that whole process. Our understanding is also that when major investments are proposed by any developer, that it is at that point that a series of things take place in terms of processes. Could you maybe start out by maybe giving us explanation of Beltrade's role in the context of the cabinet subcommittee's work?
Happy New Year as well, Senator. And yes, in terms of your sentiments, I fully understand. Beltrade's role during the Cabinet Subcommittee on Investment really was as its secretariat. In essence, minute-taking, providing whatever in terms of information, and so let us say, for example, preparing of the agenda. But it must also be understood, and if I may, is it okay for me to just mention how,
Sure.
in terms of the instrument that was used by the Cabinet Subcommittee during the period in question that you're probably talking about? The Cabinet Subcommittee, and I think, in terms of processes, it had 7 different steps. A part of those steps is an investor intending to invest in Belize makes an application. First of all, there are priority areas, but it must be understood that whatever you want to invest in, it has to be legal. And so a part of Beltrade's role, primarily our Belize Invest unit, was to do due diligence or to assist, because there are those partners like Interpol and FIU that's included in that whole process. Because as much as we want investment, we want investments that will benefit the country. So that was one of the first things that we would have had to do. I must also say that the committee would look at investments that are greater than 10 million Belize dollars. 10 million Belize dollars. And so it means then, in terms of the screening process, which our unit, which was, the members of Beltrade were involved in, had to do with the size, that 10 million. So it operated on 3S. The size, the scope must demonstrate socioeconomic impact to Belize. And 3, subsidy, meaning it seeking incentive beyond standing regimes, because there were other regimes. And so let us say those regimes confined in terms of the incentives that you could have benefited from. This is where that third S was included. So that's the role that, really in terms of working with the investor, finding out what's the level of employment that would be created, because that's important. Any investment that we look at must have impact. And one of those things we look at is the level of employment, etc. So that's the role that we would have played there in step 1. And then once you get that information then would be passed on to the chair of the Cabinet Subcommittee. And whenever the Cabinet Subcommittee would meet, then they would, these are the kind of things that would be discussed. And our role then would have been to take minutes on these discussions or deliberations that took place. But that's just in step 1, because it does have the other steps. I don't know if you want me to go through the other steps as well. And then, of course, you had a pre-MOU phase, and the company then should provide a business concept, including the following components at minimum. As a matter of fact, under the guidelines, the first expression of interest is a letter addressed to the chair, all right? And that triggers the process. So let me just include that as well. So in terms of the pre-MOU phase, then the official letter, as I mentioned here, the executive summary should also include a source of financing, access to a property. Source of financing is pretty much a deal breaker. In essence, if you say that you want to invest, then you have to source of funding or proof of funding. based on Act 54, that's the Fiscal Incentive Act that existed then, if an entity wanted to invest in less, and the investment collectively would have been less than 10 million Belize dollars, you have to provide 10% of the source, the total source of funding. If it exceeded 10%, if it exceeded 10 million, then it had to be 20%. And so that proof had to be provided. And then, of course, the company profile, the ownership details, because we need to know who are those directors, etc. Because we do due diligence, you must provide information that substantiates that these people are natural persons and actually exist. The project contact details, because you must identify who is that individual that we will be collaborating with going through the process until it reaches a point where it goes to the next step. The description of the undertaking, the proposition for the project, support seeking consideration from the government of Belize, and the company documents, proof of company ownership. Is it a registered business? In terms of its weight, the number of directors that are Belizeans, etc. So those are the kind of things that, again, our collaboration and the gathering of that kind of information for passing on to, the chair of the cabinet subcommittee. You still have the other steps, but I don't know if you want me to go through all of them, all 7 of them. That's fine? Okay, so once that is satisfied, then the third step is the MOU phase, and that's where the government will conduct the following. Standard due diligence on the company and the company's principals by Beltrade via FIU, as I mentioned, and Interpol. The shareholder review, technical review of the project by relevant government stakeholders. So there's a consideration for a memorandum of understanding is subject to the results of the due diligence. And if the due diligence says you should not engage in business with this individual or this entity, then of course, then there should be a stoppage of, they should not going forward to the next phase. The next phase then is the submission of the business proposal. The company should consolidate components of step 2 with the following as one of the detailed business proposal. Comprehensive proposal with a table of content. You must have a marketing strategy, the phase and timeline of development, economic benefits, financial validation, environmental clearance, which is very, very important. If it's required that you do a full EIA and that EIA is not conducted, or that is not submitted as a part of your business proposal, then basically the proposal should not move forward. The Central Building Authority as well has its role to play, must give a no objection to this investment, and the supplementary documents, in terms of the guidelines. Step 5 then is the post-MOU detailed assessment. Government will conduct the following. Look at the project viability, the technical capacity and financial capacity of the company's principals, validation of access to financial capital to the company's principal, that is 20%, as I mentioned before, the stakeholder validation, technical validation of the project by the relevant government stakeholders, costs and benefits assessment, because it is important for us through the process, through the value chain of investments, there is a need to look at the benefit and cost of any investment. And then, of course, the CSCI assessment. In addition to fulfilling step 5, the project is to be assessed in accordance with the 5 points analysis criteria. Is it socially and economically acceptable and legally doable? Will it bring revenue to government? Will it bring meaningful employment to Belize? Will it bring foreign exchange to Belize? And will it preserve and possibly enhance the environment and respect the cultural heritage of Belize? The next step, of course, then would be, once you've passed through all of those, the next step, based on the guideline as established by the CSCI, would then where the definitive agreement negotiation takes place. And subject to fulfilling 6, the CSCI shall deliberate and make a recommendation. That's the process utilized by the CSCI, the Cabinet Subcommittee on Investments.
You mentioned the word guidelines several times. that would also be a synonym as well for the policy of the government at the time?
No, guidelines are different from policies.
Right. So
A policy, guidelines, you have a policy, but in order to achieve some of those things within the policy, certain guidelines are established.
So you wouldn't have called you wouldn't have called that whole process the policy position of the government that these things had to go through this. They were guidelines, so they could have been followed, not followed. It wouldn't have.
Whether these should be followed or not?
Yes.
Let me specifically or categorically state, I was not a member of the Cabinet Subcommittee.
Yes.
And the reason why I state that is that these guidelines, in terms of the role we played and providing the information, it was up to the Cabinet Subcommittee. After receiving all that information, as you notice, 1/6 is satisfied, and then 7 that deliberation is taking place. Then then the next step would have been, I believe, to go to the Cabinet. But this guideline is not a policy.
Right.
Guidelines are not policy. Guidelines are used in order for you to achieve certain things within a policy.
Okay. So these are guidelines. During the process of going through the specific portico proposal, how far did this process go in terms of those 7 steps, the 7 guidelines that you mentioned?
As far as portico is concerned, and like I said, for me, these are certain. Of course, I must also state that I joined Beltrade in 2018. These conversations had taken place already. One of the things that I know happened was that in terms of the pre-feasibility, because pre-feasibility and these were things that were conducted. But if you went through this, there were things that were missing. For example, the EIA was not completed, proof of funding. And so therefore it meant that whatever step that was, because you notice it says throughout, it continues to speak about source of funding that has to be ascertained. And so therefore, if it was not, then it simply means that in this case, this project should not have proceeded because there were those things that were outstanding. And our job at Beltrade is to inform whatever investor it is that until you satisfy these conditions, this application does not move.
So at no point did Beltrade in its advisory capacity advise the investment committee that the project could have proceeded?
I need to clarify the use of the word advise there.
Okay.
We don't advise. We never advise. Our job was simply helping with the fact-finding, helping to gather information, and provide that information to the CSCI for their deliberation. So it was not advisory. It was the provision of information based on these steps and the role that Beltrade played in the whole process. So if we were asked to seek information in terms of proof of funding, whether or not the CBA had done its part, whether the DOE had done its part, and that was not forthcoming or was not included in the proposal, then it was for us to inform. They did not exist. Okay?
Prior to November 2020, was there any major investment initiative that did not go through or discussed at the investment committee that Beltrade was a part of?
That's a question I can't answer. You're asking me if there were investments that would have gone through and we had no knowledge of it.
Investments of 10 million or more.
Not that I know of.
Were you a part of that committee at the time, or were you the person representing Beltrade on that committee, Dr. Almendarez?
Which committee?
The cabinet subcommittee.
No, but you see, the thing is, if you ask me the same question in another way, I'll give you the same answer. I was not a member of the cabinet subcommittee.
Right.
When you play the role of secretariat, your role is to really, at the request of the chair of the subcommittee, if you're asked to gather information and provide or inform one of these potential investors that information was missing, then that's basically what our role would have been. To say you're a member of the cabinet subcommittee, that means you have the authority of a cabinet member, and I never had that. In other words, my presence at one of those meetings were material or immaterial, because I didn't make any decision or were part of the deliberation. It's important to establish that.
Senator Herrera, sorry, the technical team is asking for you to bring the microphone closer to your face, just so that your audio is clear. Thank you.
Would you recall whether or not the Portico investment was substantially discussed at the committee level?
The discussion that I'm aware of, and of course after reviewing a minute of whenever that presentation happened, I could recall that there was a presentation, I think it was September the 4th, something like that, and 2019. And in that conversation, that's where, like I said, the purpose of an investor is to come and make a case to that, or to make a case to that committee. And it had to go through its phases. And like I said, as far as I could remember, in terms of the conversation, there were still those outstanding requirements, the thing about proof of funding and whether or not the full EIA was conducted. And if any entity does not provide those things or is substantiated by its presence in the application, then it should move.
The incentives offered under the definitive agreement, or the one we've seen.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Let me state specifically. I have
we've
not
heard
seen
about-
it. I haven't read it.
Okay. Let me, is it normal, I should say, to offer incentives such as exemption from all and any taxes and duties in these agreements?
If it's normal,
Yes.
when an application is made, and that is why, just to give you a part of the process, when an application is made, there is a full assessment. An investor can ask for anything they want. It doesn't mean they will get it. And so it simply means then that, again, a part of our job is to protect the development of this country. And so if an application is made, a master list is provided, that is, these are the things that I require in order for my business to proceed. The application, those must be justified. Those must be justified. And so once the application is fully satisfied, or the processes are fully satisfied, and it goes on to the next step. But in terms of asking if something is normal or abnormal, I'm not sure that using normal or abnormal here in this case, but let me just basically say, I have not seen an investment where some entity just got blanketed whatever is it that they wanted.
Okay.
And I can tell you now that the process that we use when you send in an application, and I'm talking about now, because remember, investments continued. When it happens, no entity Because if you notice in the same instrument, it does state that if you request something more than what the regular, the FI, or the DPA, which was once the EPZ, anything above that, that's where it comes to the CSCI. And it's their job then to make an assessment with all the information to determine what incentives they will recommend be given. And I explain that because you use the word normal. In other words, whether it's a normal or not normal.
Right.
So,
And I would assume that the exemption from all income tax, business tax, capital gains, withholding tax, taxes and dividends would fall into that same category.
I believe, and I'm trying to stay away from the mention, because you mentioned a definitive agreement. And I've said to you, I have not seen it, nor have I read it, so I don't know what's in there. And so whatever is in there, I have no knowledge of. But basically to say that under the incentive program, under the fiscal incentive legislation, under the designated processes legislation, there is an assessment that is done. Any taxes owed to government, any taxes not exempted from, you should pay. At the end of the day, it is to trigger development in this country, but the country must also survive.
Thank you, Senator Bishop Ben-Bashir.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And Dr. Almendarez, just a few questions for you. You mentioned just now that the role of the the bell trade or bell trade would be primarily to, if I may quote you, providing information to the subcommittee. Is that, am I quoting you right?
I believe I also expanded and say, well, provision of information in a broader sense. That is true. Because even if you're a part or you're engaged in terms of get due diligence, etc., that information is provided to the Cabinet Subcommittee.
On the advisory board at that time, you said that you took up your position in 2018. Am I correct?
Yes.
And so, in the case of whatever agreement was made, insofar as Portico is concerned, that would have come before you entered your position.
Senator, with all due respect, I don't know that any agreement existed.
Okay.
None that I know of.
Would you, and so let me ask, perhaps because I notice you putting it in that way, you said you have not read nor have you seen the definitive agreement. Would you have any interest in reading, especially in light of in reading or seeing that definitive agreement, especially in light of the fact that you have been called here, and perhaps in order to enlighten us or to enlighten the public, that whatever question is asked, perhaps it might serve you in some way to be able to be familiar with that definitive agreement?
My response to that is I would be willing to read it or read anything that goes through a legal process, and through the legal processes, that is how it materializes. In that sense, yes. But if you were asking me to read something that, as far as I know, doesn't exist, then why then would I read it, and to give information on it for what purpose? As far as I know, there is no definitive agreement.
there is, and if I may just attempt to call the name of the person, on the advisory committee from Beltrade, at that time there was a person, I think, if I'm seeing here the name, is it Boland? Are you familiar with that person?
No, not that I know. I don't know about any Boland, no.
But would you say that based on the information that you have before you, and based on what I hear you saying, that there would have been a person who sat and from Beltrade and would have been given the government subcommittee information at the time. Am I correct? And that person would have formed or would have sat with other persons insofar as whatever information was asked for from Beltrade, that there would have been a person from Beltrade who, if you can share with us, would have been the person at the time.
First of all, again, I must clarify, not advisory, but serve as secretariat. In terms of who sat there, again, let me just go over the process. When that committee would have met, or when that committee met to hear potential investors present to them a possible project, they're the ones who would ask questions, they're the ones who do the deliberation. Whoever sat there from Beltrade is basically you sit there and you take minutes, as that's the role that you play. That's the role that you play. You don't advise. And so therefore, let us say that the chair of the subcommittee makes a request to get additional information, for example. Then you do that and you report, but you don't advise. Advise is different in the sense. He wasn't advising.
The question was asked by Senator Herrera, if I may quote him properly, but even if I'm not, let me ask that as the steps are made and as you clearly pointed them out, that in any investment, there are times when the steps are there, but as you indicated, perhaps in this case, one could have clearly assumed that perhaps one step or any given step would not have taken place at any given time. Would you say, again in your judgment, and not having read anything else that has to do with quote-unquote the definitive agreement, would you say from where you sit, and I'm just trying to ascertain, even though I've heard you before, that perhaps steps were not followed in this case?
You're
You're
asking me to make inferences. There are two things I stated during this process, and I will just repeat those. An investor, there are these 7 points, and I believe that you all have these guidelines, 7 points that are here. In any investment, we need to know that you have the funds to finance it. And upfront, in its initial phase, depending on the level of investment, you either provide 10% or 20% or show proof of funding. The other thing is the possible damage to the environment. And so therefore, it's important, depending on the level of investments and how potentially it can harm the environment, whether or not it becomes just a clearance plan or it's a full EIA that's requested. So it's not a matter of passing a step. I can assure you, from where I sit, here or with Beltrade, that if these things are outstanding, the investment doesn't move. It doesn't move.
The last question I'm going to ask at this point, Dr. Almendarez, is that is there a economic development file in Beltrade for every project?
I think you need to be a bit more specific there, Senator. You're asking me if there's an economic development file. In my previous responses to Senator Herrera, I think I said it has to have economic impact. Economic impact. Beltrade plays the role of an economic development agency. And so when we're assessing these investments, that's why I said it looks at the 3S, the size of it, the scope of it, and the benefits that will be derived by the country within some priority area, within some area of development. And so in terms of having a file, or if you're asking me if there exists a copy or something of an application that has been made by investors or investments that were approved, then that's a different question. But you're asking me economic development. Economic development requires analysis. And that's one of the things we did. So I just wanted to know, I'm basically asking you for clarification on that, if that's what you're asking.
Perhaps, if I may be more direct, when Ms. Panton came before this committee, she made reference to the fact that in her capacity and where she sat at the time, as Portico was being discussed, that there were notes that were taken by herself and would have been left, if I may quote her right, I might be wrong, but that somewhere there are notes pertaining to Portico and the steps that were taken. Are you aware of those notes?
You know, let me just say this. I think I was fortunate to capture that part of that conversation then. I think the Honorable said copious notes, not copious files. The definition of copious notes means it's mine, not yours. Copious notes, whoever keeps copious notes keeps it for their reference. You don't keep copious files, you keep copious reference notes. If there are any copious notes, then they don't reside at Beltrade. They would have resided with the Honorable Panton, because they are not there.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Carr?
Good morning again, Dr. Almendarez.
Good morning, Senator Carr.
Just about 2 questions for you, some follow-up questions that, I was asking based on your answers. How familiar are you with the Portico project?
The familiarity is really with respect to, I know that a presentation was made by some members who would have been a part of that investment team.
Can you recall the date or when that presentation was made?
If I may, Senator, because I believe that it's important that you do so. So I think I tried to find, it would have probably been on, let me see. There was the Cabinet Subcommittee for Investment met on September the 4th, 2019 at 9 o'clock a.m. And on that agenda for that day, at 10:45, there was to be a presentation of Port of Magical Belize updates by Mr. Gegg. That was, and so it would have been, remember now, they had a copy of the guidelines, so they knew what they had to meet. And if you whatever level of investments you're going to make, then you know proof of funding, all of those different information that is required.
Right.
It's important that you have those. So the pre-feasibility and those things you would have presented on, right? Those are the things, because remember, it should go step to step. Just referencing Senator Bengusha's question, it should go step to step. So that's the, as far as I know, that's the meeting date when that presentation would have taken place in terms of updates.
Who in Beltrade was in attendance at that meeting as the Secretariat president?
In terms of Secretariat representation,
Yes.
let me just state, let me see. I was there.
Would this committee be privy to the minutes of those meetings?
Whether they'd be privy to? As
That
a
meeting.
The meeting held on September the 4th, 2019. I do have a copy of it, Chair. I don't know if I pass this to you here. Or...
We can get copies made for the committee members
Okay.
if you leave
But
it with us.
yes, Senator Carl, I thought it necessary to print a copy of the minutes of that meeting.
Earlier you were referencing the phases, the different phases of what each investor should do before moving to the other phase. And you said, and I have the copy of the checklist that you have. Correct me if I'm wrong, if I heard you right, that you said Portico may have not have a source of income.
Those were the outstanding things.
Okay.
Those were the
So,
outstanding things.
If I am right, that would be the pre-MOU phase. Would that be us in that?
Well,
that phase?
remember, you know, really, it should be shown, but in that update on September the 4th, that's where they would have updated, because remember, they had partners.
Right.
I think I heard reference to Boscalis. So they had partners from where, you know, really, if it's a group of individuals working together, how they would acquired the level of funding and at least meet, you know, that requirement, that 10%, in this case, 20% requirement, right? So it's not that they did not have income, but they did not satisfy that condition.
And that would be in the step 2 phase.
Well, it's asked for there, but if you notice further, it still asks for it in step 4 as well.
So at what step in your view was that project?
See, that's almost a tricky question, because it could be in step 2 or step 4, but an MOU was signed.
Right.
And so therefore, I would have said that's where it was, and it would have gone into step 4. This is where now, because you're putting together the proposal, Senator,
Right.
when you're putting together the proposal, this is the final, you know, really the final part of it that we would have submitted. So let us say, for example, they obviously did not reach this, or this was in contemplation, because
When you
the
say
proof of
this, sorry to interrupt, but when you say
4,
this,
because if you notice 4 says submission of business proposal.
Yes.
The submission of the business proposal would come to us, right? And it means then that when you go through the guidelines, have they satisfied the proof of funding? No. Have you satisfied the full EIA or what is requested? And this is for any entity. If they are not satisfied, then it's an incomplete proposal, which is really a business plan that once it leaves Beltrade, they would have satisfied all these requirements, and then it goes through the next phase of whatever the next phase may be before it gets approval.
So just to get your view. So since these submissions were not met in step 4, that means this project should have been at step 3 then.
I believe so. I believe so. And as a matter of fact, they were notified.
They were notified. Who notified them?
Well, they were notified that these things were outstanding. And that's what we do even now.
Yeah, Portico was
They
notified
were
by
notified.
whom?
I think their principal was Mr. Gegg. And
Okay,
so
by
therefore
whom
you
were
have
they
been
not-
notified?
By whom are they notified?
Well, normally in this case, like I said, a part of being a member, a part of being secretariat, then directed and you copy the chair saying, well, okay, this is outstanding.
Okay.
So even at that meeting, when you're presenting,
Mhm.
did you satisfy all the requirements? Because if you did not, then it simply means you still have to satisfy those requirements.
So just to be clear, so Beltrade,
On the directive of the chair would notify
notify.
that this information is outstanding.
Okay, okay, okay.
Because remember, you do all that engagement until the person who then takes it when all of everything is satisfied then is the chair.
Right,
Because I believe the next step then is you go to cabinet. So
right. Is there any request made for further information when it comes to this project?
if there were,
Yeah, any other information? Because you said, Beltrade was the secretariat, and also they were also asked to seek further information if necessary.
yes.
Was
As-
there any request of that sort
The
made?
request was made that you need to fulfill these outstanding information. Like I said, that part of the process still happens now. If you don't, then you have an incomplete proposal. So yes,
And
it was made.
from your knowledge, after notifying Portico that they did not meet these submissions, was there any follow-up meeting, any answer from them?
Well, there, as far as I can remember, the conversation just continued, and basically, I would say time expired, where the consideration where the CSCI existed, or the role
Okay.
that it's played, because in November, there was, really the CSCI as an instrument for investment was no longer in use,
You're right.
meaning after the change of government.
And was there any other meeting after, I think it was September 4th, you said? When it comes to this project?
This is the last. This is the.
This
only
was the
thing I know
last-
about. This is the one I know about in September of 2019, where this presentation was made. In my search, I honestly didn't find anything else, so that's the one that I know about. So there were no other meetings where this was concerned.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you. And
You're
can we
welcome.
offer you some water or anything, Dr. Almendarez? I know you've been...
Some water would be good, thanks.
Okay, we'll get some to you. Yeah. Sure, go ahead.
Dr. Almendarez, you had stated previously, as I asked questions, that as far as you're concerned, the definitive agreement you have not seen, nor have you read
Categorically.
categorically. In your mind, is there or was there any definitive agreement signed?
I don't know if you're asking me to take a guess on whether one existed or not, but I haven't really reviewed any. Like I said, some of these conversations started before I joined Beltrade. I think the one that I probably heard about that possibly existed was one with State Bank and the NGC, that's the National Gas Company. Those
Thank
are the
you.
ones that I would have known about.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just have a few follow-on questions, Dr. Almendarez, and thanks again for providing this information and bringing certain documents. I do need to ask, I think as a blanket request, that if there are any files, notes, any material in your possession, housed at Beltrade, if you could please get that over to the committee. I believe that was part of our initial conversation with you. But
Yes, yes.
just to reiterate that we are very much interested in any of those documents, minutes particularly.
Right.
But certainly any notes or margins.
Sure, Chair. And really, this was maybe what was, like I said, I found this and I brought it here because I figure it could be shared. In terms of the previous legislation, like Act 54, etc., those are things that were shared. This also of the agenda, as I mentioned, but yes, anything else that... But I just wanted again to clarify, the thing about copious notes, you won't find those at Beltrade.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, if we could take a step back, because I know before you joined Beltrade, you were a member of the, foreign trade direct, was it a unit, was it a...
I was, before joining Beltrade, I was an assistant professor at UB. And prior to that, I was the Director General for Foreign Trade, yes.
Okay. So, just again, because we're trying to understand the process from the outside looking in, in terms of the guidelines that were in play, we understand clearly they were not policy, and some may have interpreted it as just that, a guide, not necessarily something that had to be followed. Is it your position to the committee that the role of Beltrade was, I don't want to say dismissible, but that things could happen well outside of your knowledge, awareness? Would you be surprised if persons were to assert that, drafts and arrangements and all of these other conversations were happening that you were totally, as the director, aware of when you became director?
Let me say this. I have been fortunate to work with some of the most professional people that you could think about. And I'm talking about colleagues at Beltrade. During that time, when the CSCI existed, you know why you have these notes here? Because one of them actually took the notes and prepared it in so much detail. And these things were shared. In terms of any entity that would have said that they bypass us then or bypass us now, that is something that I would know about. Because I can tell you, where these processes are concerned, yes, we are not aware of any protocol definitive agreement, but we know where the steps stop because we took notes and we were engaged. And I can tell you, professionally, the way we work then and the way we work now, we work with the highest level of professionalism. So if you're asking me if possibly someone engaged in something outside of what, that's hazarding a guess because I wouldn't know. I honestly wouldn't know. So.
Given this degree of high professionalism, I'm taking that everybody that attempted to follow the guidelines set in place, there would have been a file, a folder, email
for each investment.
For each investment, correct?
Well, you can find, because really email these days is the easiest way to dialogue. But where it comes to a completed application, yes, even if it's digitally, you would have a copy of it. If it was approved, because once we receive the approval, that's when we notify, the applicant or the client whether or not they were approved. We're the one who do that.
Yes.
Right?
And the members of the cabinet subcommittee leading up to and prior to November 2020, they would have been able to call up Beltrade at any point in time and say, hey, I need to know what's happening with this investment, where are they in the process, what they had full access. And
that's a part of what we did. Because remember, in terms of, as the Secretariat, going from step one, doing the due diligence, engaging with FIU or Interpol, etc., that's what we would do and then update. So yes, if you wanted to find out, and as a matter of fact, personally for me, I would not have engaged every member of the cabinet subcommittee. I would have engaged the chair, not every other member.
And that would have been verbal, that would have been through email? How was that conveyed?
Well, you would have had a meeting. You could have, a request could have been made via email or maybe a phone call or something. But to state categorically that our responsibility, because we took directive from the chair, would have been with the chair and not every other member of the subcommittee.
But certainly every member of the subcommittee could have gotten access to where different potential investments were at.
Not that I know of.
Not that you know.
No, they were not entertained.
Can you explain that?
No, what I mean by this is, as secretariat to the cabinet subcommittee, you don't report to the whole committee. You take directive from the chair. And so if another member would have wanted information, then they could have directed that to the chair, or when some discussion is taking place in a meeting, then they could have requested that information. Whoever is taking minutes at that time as secretariat, that information would have been gathered. But where I'm concerned, I can tell you, the only engagement would have been with the chair.
But I notice you're choosing your words carefully, so I want to be similarly selective. Are you saying that that was a guideline, a policy, a request set out in place that other members of the committee didn't use that opportunity, didn't have that access, or are you saying that they didn't? No,
the access, in terms of if you were a member of the committee and you thought you could do that, then you could. But I am saying, I'm basically emphasizing to you, I would not have entertained it.
I see.
If it was requested from me, I would say I take my directive from the chair.
Yes.
Because that allows the process to work the way it is supposed to work.
Yeah.
And so that's how I would have done it.
And regarding this potential investment, at no time did other members call you up and say, Dr. Almendarez, I need to know what's happening with this investment?
No.
Okay. That's... You referenced other definitive agreements. Were you involved in those processes from either mid, beginning to end? Did you participate in any of those?
I think both of them materialized prior to me joining Beltrade.
Okay.
In other words, those were signed off on in the NGC and the State Bank. I think those were things that they concluded before I joined Beltrade.
Okay. And as part of your onboarding, you didn't go through those to see what...
When it came to onboarding or even the subcommittee, initially I didn't, and this is basically saying I didn't know it existed. But when I got invited to join a meeting or something like that, that's when I got to know more about, because like I said, the Belize Invest as a part of Beltrade was already serving as secretariat.
So you hit the ground running and just went along with what was already in place?
No. It wasn't about hit the ground running. There's nothing I could do about it. If a cabinet subcommittee existed and that was established through some process, there's nothing I can do about that.
But that wasn't a question. I was asking you in terms of your onboarding, of understanding your role or being better, a higher functioning ED for Beltrade. Did you review anything that had happened immediately prior to say, well, definitive agreements may come up again, let me look at past definitive agreements so that I can see?
No, I understand your question. When you're executive of Beltrade, director of Beltrade has functional areas. It's not only Belize Invest, it has other functional areas as well. But I fully understand your question, and in hindsight, I should have maybe taken a read of maybe the State Bank or NGC definitive agreement, but I honestly did not. They were not really shared with me. I got engaged in afterwards, because like I said, it existed before me. But yes, to see how it goes through the process or something like that, but that was basically it.
Thank you. The handling, as a part of your role as the secretariat, any publicity around the MOU that was signed, was that something that Beltrade coordinated? Who led on that?
Let me just tell you how the process should work. whenever an application is made, in the case, and remember there were two, remember you had investments under 10 million that were also being entertained as well. Whenever an application is made, prior to an order being made, meaning this thing has been approved, this application or this incentive has been approved, it has to be publicized. You notice I didn't say it should be publicized, but yes, it should. Let me use the word emphatically. It should be publicized. And it gives the public every opportunity within a specific period of time, if they object, say why they would object to it, and give reasons. In the past, prior to an executive director, when the law was changed in 2017, it was to an executive chairman. After the executive director, when Beltrade Act was amended and the executive director position was legally instituted, then you would have sent in your objections to the executive director. Once those objections come into, the objections, you must look at them to see if they are substantive. And based on that, really until that happens or until those comments are fully not only ventilated but reviewed, then that order is not made. But remember that not all investments ended with a definitive agreement.
Yes, I appreciate that. I'm asking about the MOU that was signed.
Well, you don't publish. There's no need to publish an MOU.
I was asking about the publicity. There were photos shared that an MOU had been signed. I'm asking, did Beltrade lead on that? Did you draft the MOU?
Not that I can remember, no.
You had no role in preparing the MOU?
I did not, no.
So who, do you
No,
know
I
where
don't
that
remember.
could have come from?
I honestly don't know who drafted it or, really how it came about and when signature took place. I don't.
That would have then come to you subsequently for that to be included in the file at Beltrade?
Well, again, remember that whenever point that is reached, but remember, as Senator Kal asked, where was this investment? The investment was really, that's stuck right there. And so if we were to finalize the proposal, then yes, it would have been included. That MOU would have been included.
So currently the MOU that was publicized is not in Beltrade's files as being a signed document?
The MOU that I shared with you is the MOU that I found when you requested files. That's what I found.
Yeah.
In terms of Portico, that's what I found, and that's what I shared.
And that was in a file?
It was in a file.
Okay.
It was in a file.
So that's
in a file.
But you didn't prepare that? Your
I did
team
not
didn't
no,
prepare
I did
that?
not. I did not. I did not.
Would you be able to, do you have copies of the other definitive agreements that were signed, that you referenced?
I don't.
National Guard?
I don't, but I can check to see if we have them in files at the office, but we had only, the request was only made for Portico-related documents.
Yes. Can you tell me, sir, as the executive director, were you privy to, at any point, anything labeled confidential or embargoed, or were you given that degree of access?
Regarding?
Anything that was embargoed, anything that was signed but then embargoed to say, okay, well, we won't publish this until a later date. Was that
by whom? No, I never received any.
Okay.
I did not.
Okay. I'm just trying to ascertain if,
We understand my level of involvement. I think that's what you're trying to ascertain.
Well, I'm trying to ascertain in terms of, even with the press, the press office may issue something to say, well, so-and-so is visiting, but that information is embargoed from the public until X for security reasons. And the press will be aware that, somebody is coming in, but
no, I know what you're asking.
They won't publicize it. So I'm asking you.
I know what you're asking. Even in organizations, there's a level of access, depending on the role that you play. But no, that I never, and if they were, then I wouldn't have known.
Regarding this potential investment and others, you wouldn't?
I wouldn't have known, but I don't know, like I said, if that happens, then how would I know if I don't know it exists? That's basically what I'm saying. But I know where this investment is concerned, I could have told you that is why I could have told you where the process was, where we are, and that's why I know that as far as I'm concerned, there is nothing called a definitive agreement in my mind for Portico.
Yes. No, I'm asking because it has been asserted that multiple drafts of whatever ended up being signed were being circulated. So I'm asking if that was captured under some embargoed or confidential
I would not
reference.
Even
Because a draft is not an agreement.
I would not even have known. No matter how many drafts existed of, because you're not talking about specific document, no, you're talking about in general, correct?
A draft.
Of?
What ended up being the
definitive agreement?
Yes.
No, Chair, I wasn't. I never saw a draft of it. All I saw, I know I saw the pre-feasibility, these minutes, etc., but a definitive agreement? No.
So can I ask you just, when you found out that something had been signed, what your reaction was?
What, this definitive agreement? When you found out that something was signed? I would say, really, my initial response was, I didn't know it existed. I think that I wasn't in shock, because you can't be in shock about something that doesn't exist. But to know that one was signed, to know that something was signed outside of the knowledge of those who may or should have known about it, to know that something could have been signed when something did not go through the full process. It does open your eyes, and I think that's where the shock would have come in. Because as far as I know, that thing called a definitive agreement in terms of process, it did not reach there. So yes, I was shocked.
Can I get you to expound? You have referenced several times this morning that the definitive agreement does not exist, did not exist.
But if I don't know about something, to me it doesn't exist.
Okay.
That's basically it. Like I said, I think there were people who never work at Beltrade. I think when I heard someone from within the media say that this thing exists, and I'm just saying that, but to say I say that it doesn't exist, it simply means it doesn't exist. Which means for me, now, Chair, the process that we go through, when we assess an application, when I am notified that this application was approved on the conditions or without conditions that has been approved, and I can notify that applicant that you were approved, it's because I have full knowledge of the process. Where this is concerned, and as far as I'm concerned, whatever was out there, and that's why I have no interest in reading it, did not satisfy those conditions that we emphasized. Even when I could, and there's one other thing I remember, I think I heard this as well. When the lawyer, David Morales, sent some email to our investment manager and said, okay, I'm forwarding these documents. Now, remember, that did not, the investment manager, not investment manager, Belize invest manager, reported to me. I wasn't copied in that. And so when he responded, in all the professionalism that he displayed, and said, listen, you still have these things outstanding. And the chair was notified. And he wrote the chair and said he's writing on behalf of the principal. And the chair would have responded and said, it did not get there. We're not there. It was because I was copied in that email. But as I'm saying, and as I sit here, this, whatever exists out there, I will not honor it, to read it, simply because it did not go through the process, and as far as I'm concerned, it doesn't exist. That's why I keep emphasizing that. I know Senator Herrera asked about certain things that may be in there. But you see, if I was to read that and try to interpret what was probably approved in there, it would be conjecture, inference, hypothesis, which I don't care to do. That's my position.
Thank you, Dr. Almendarez. I appreciate your expounding that statement. Is there Senator Cowell?
Dr. Almendarez, I forgot to ask, but how would an investor choose a proposed project site?
The fiscal incentive outlines those priority areas for the country
Right.
at all times. As a matter of fact, the amended fiscal incentive that was amended in March of this year specifies 21 specific areas. Act 54 would have done the same. And so even then, if you come and if you're interested in applying for something that's not a priority for the country, that discussion takes place.
Right.
So, and again, I must specify that it must be legal. We will not compromise the environment or the legitimacy of what we do by entertaining in something simply for the purpose of investment. And so it have had to fit within those areas, and then based on that, you share the guidelines, you share the act, and you know that you must satisfy all of these guidelines before it transits or leaves our office. That's how the process works.
And would land needed to be secured or anything like that for that project site?
Where land is concerned, you must show that you have access to property.
At what stage would that
Whatever
be?
property, well, right then, it's best to provide, because you have the guidelines, to
Right.
provide all the information that,
Right.
in essence, may accelerate. We should not, as much as possible, keep any application beyond 7 days once you have satisfied all requirements. But remember now, we're talking about a different process here.
Right.
The CSCI was a different process, right? And so in terms of land, yes, access to land, and it would have been stated in the guidelines as well. If you say you're going to build here, do you have actual access to that property? Are there encumbrances that might hamper you from actually progressing in the development stage?
Up to the stage of where Portico was, would you have any knowledge that they met that requirement?
No, as I stated about 2 times or 3 times before, they did not. Remember, environmental is an assessment by the Department of Environment in the potential harm that this investment can cause to the environment. And so they could determine whether you do a full environmental impact assessment based on that.
Just to be clear on that regard, so based on the September 4th, 2019 meeting, Portico did not meet that requirement when it comes to land?
Remember, it's access to property.
Right.
Right? For us at that time, the outstanding issues, in other words, you can't make an assessment in terms of environmental if you don't have access to certain properties. So, really, that is, but basically, that's the thing that wasn't satisfied.
Property?
They would have had, if they had access to property, then it was based on all those conditions that, the EIA would have been done.
Okay. And they did not satisfy that?
The EIA was outstanding.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cowell. Senator Boudimisha.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And thanks again, Dr. Almendarez. I perhaps maybe just should reiterate what Senator Herrera said at the beginning of his questioning, that with you being here and coming before this committee, it is to understand that you're carrying out your own responsibility, that which we appreciate from this side and that which I'm certain the public appreciates. And all information that you were able to share with us, I'm very appreciative of the way in which you have shared with us. Perhaps it is not a question as such, though I had it here as a question, but having heard you and you having shared with us in the way that you have, I want to be very reserved in my statement, but as you have outlined, especially the steps you know, it is clear that some things, a lot of things were missing insofar as Portugal was concerned. And then to have heard you also share, and I was very interested in hearing how you would have felt about what you heard, that such an agreement, quote unquote, was signed, and you expressed that you were shocked, to the point, I believe, of disappointment, putting it in my own words. But just to say again that very appreciative of the fact that you were able to come and to share, and I'm certain that we are enlightened, not only this committee, but that the entire country itself is enlightened by some of the things you were able to share with us this morning, this afternoon, and I want to express thanks to you.
No, you're welcome, Senator.
Dr. Almendarez, I do want to offer you an opportunity if you'd like to make a personal statement or any other summation to the committee in this regard.
Thanks, Chair. You didn't ask me to make an opening statement, right? So, no, that's fine. That's fine. I wasn't going to make one anyway, just to say good morning to all of you. But basically to say, you know, as I continue to emphasize, the processes that are in place where investments are concerned, and the role that Beltrade plays as the interface, as the investment promotion agency for the country, we do take our job very seriously. And so where the guidelines are concerned, where the Fiscal Incentive Act or the designated processing area, which was once the export processing zone, are concerned, or any policies or procedures, a big part of our engagement is to increase investments, I mean foreign direct and local investments. And it's important that whoever wants to engage, whether it's a foreign investor or a local investor, is treated with the same brush, meaning you follow the guidelines, we do our best to provide the necessary guidance, and once you have satisfied all conditions and it goes through its process and it's approved, you know, that's the process that investors should go through. And as far as I'm concerned, in terms of the role that I've been asked to play, it's a role that I take very seriously. And therefore, for me and my team, it's for us to ensure that, you know, these processes that we have in place are followed, you know, and we provide the guidance. So again, as Senator Bengoshe said, if I was able to shed any light on, you know, in terms of, I don't know if we call it an investigation, but then, you know, really I was asked to come here, and if I have done so, then I say thanks to you as well, and thanks to the members of the committee.
Would that be, just tacking on to your comment just now, would that be your recommendation to this committee's set of recommendations, that these guidelines that you have referenced, I know this Cabinet Subcommittee for Investment no longer exists,
right.
But in terms of, I am imagining, correct me if I'm wrong, that the principles and the safeguards that the list was designed to, the environment the list was designed to create holds, that somehow these be formalized as legally binding, for lack of a better word, that they're not discretionary, so to speak.
But the guidelines, the CSCI no longer exists, but I presume there was some process where this was approved. If it's called Cabinet Subcommittee, then the Cabinet would have approved these. Where the guidelines are concerned, these guidelines are set in place. They are not mutually exclusive from the Fiscal Incentive Act or from the Designated Processing Areas Act. It simply means that these guidelines, if followed, it means you would have been in compliance in the application of the Fiscal Incentive Act. That's basically what it means. So yes, we have reviewed them, and in cases where we thought that, you know, an investor would have said maybe these things are too long, because again, we want to make sure we're competitive. But they're not independent of. They are read together. And so in satisfying those, right at the top, The act is quoted. So it means that if you satisfy these, you are in compliance with the act. That's what it means.
Thank you again for your time, Dr. Almendarez, and we look forward to any of the material committed to being received from you, and we appreciate your time again in being helpful to the committee.
You're very welcome, Chair, and thank you all members of this Cabinet Subcommittee.
And just as a matter of procedure, if there is any need at any point for us to reach out to you, please know that we will do so at the earliest, and to make sure that you are fully aware of why we are doing so.
No, I understand, and I think that and I think you had said this as well. When I was asked to come, it means that I made the time to come, and that's why I requested, if this is as good time is going to be. But yes, I will avail myself.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
The committee will stand suspended until 1 p.m. Thank you. This hearing, we've asked the clerk to please ask the Commissioner of Lands to join us.
Okay, good afternoon. Afternoon, Chair, Senate. I, Mr. Talbert Brackett Sr., do swear that the evidence I shall give to the Senate Special Select Committee touching the matters in question shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Happy New Year. And we appreciate how busy your schedule must be, so please know we appreciate time spent with us today. Thank you. Just when the red light is on, then you're... Yes, it's on now.
It's on, okay.
No problem. But thank you for your time.
You're welcome.
Would you like to make any opening statement or opening remarks to the committee before we get started?
Well, first of all, I'd like to say Happy New Year's to the country of Belize, yourself, Madam Chair, Clerk, and the Special Senate Committee, and to the rest of Belize, this beautiful country of ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pass over to Senator Bengushe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Commissioner Brackett.
Good afternoon, Bishop.
It is, and I think it serves this committee well that we could have a person of your nature coming to share with the committee and to share with the country, especially at this time, as the Special Select Committee goes through this process. And perhaps it is important to point out again that as you come and as you share with us as a career public personnel, that we are in no way in this setting trying to treat you as a hostile witness, more so than ensuring that we ascertain some facts,
yes,
and we get the necessary information. And so we do not want you in any way to feel that you are being pressed or pressured to say anything untowards. But as I said, the duty of this committee is to ascertain the facts and to eventually come to a conclusion. And I'm certain that in your position, you should be able to help us with that. And I also want to say a Happy New Year to you.
Same
and
to you.
To your family.
Thanks so much.
Just a few questions that I would like to ask at this time. Can you perhaps maybe just state for the record when your employment at the Lands Department started?
My present employment as commissioner?
Yes, the present
Okay.
employment.
My present employment as Commissioner of Land started the 4th of January, 2021.
Thank you very much. Can you perhaps just indicate to us what essentially would be your background qualification for such a job?
Okay, to do it quickly and for ease of information, I attended high school in Dangrega, where we both attended.
Yes.
Thanks. I did sixth form in Belize City at the Belize Technical College. I started working at the Lands Department in 1985, where I worked at the valuation section as a senior personnel. I moved on to study in Jamaica at UTech, where I did land economy and valuation surveying, which prepares you as a valuer. But in that course, we did land management, which is the scope of being a commissioner. Land management is the paramount part of it. I went to Malaysia, where I specialized in international property valuation, where we did land management also. And I left the department and I came back January the 4th, 2021, and assumed the post of Commissioner of Lands and Surveys.
Can you, in your area as commissioner, can you perhaps just brief us as to what or if there are any regulation or policies governing the approval of various parcels of land? How do you go about that?
Well, first of all, the Lands Department has different sections. The commissioner is the manager of the department, and there are procedures, and it is enacted also at the national estate, where you apply for lease land. You apply and it goes through processes until it reaches where you get your title. After it leaves that department, then it goes over to the land registry, which is a separate entity, which is a department of its own, on its own, where you get title. The national estate is where you apply, and it goes up to where you leave from what legally is leasehold interest, which is lease land, to freehold interest, which is private land. Private land is out of our hands, so we deal mostly with lease lands, leasehold interest.
When it comes to, when you said the private land is out of your interest, that is because those things are normally done between private entities.
Private entities, private
wherever
treaties.
they will, they will be passing over. Can you just share with me the understanding of lands at any given time? Should organizations or persons come to your department and perhaps is seeking to make purchase of multiple parcels of land? How do you go about the process? Is it the same as a regular piece of land?
Well, it varies. If you're applying and you're a company, it has to be a local, a Belize company. And if you're applying to lease, a Belize company means over 50% shares, ownership of land. Shares, sorry, because you do not own the land you're applying to own. So you have to have 50% shares in that company, over 50% for it to be a local company. So that company depends on what the land use. The land use, the company it is mandatory that they bring in business plan, the shares, they have to have good standings. The company have to have good standings. You have to bring in your memorandums to apply for that land. Once you reach that criteria, it is possible for you to apply for a parcel of land. But you are asking if you could apply for multiple parcels.
That's correct.
There's no act that stops anyone from applying for any amount of land they want. But there are controls as to how much acres you could apply for, but a person or a company can come in and apply, but it doesn't mean that we'll approve all the lands. They have to have that criteria. There must be that check and balance, and we must see it fit for us to have those leases approved.
Is there any difference in your lands department as to whether you're applying, for example, for seafront land or coastal land? Is there any difference in, for example, a piece of land in the interior? Is there any difference in the application?
Like I said, you're entitled to apply for where you want, but approvals are granted on land use. We look at land use. If I am a single individual, a private person, and I am applying for land along the seacoast where there are mostly businesses, it is the highest and best use of that area is mostly for businesses. So we would do an investigation why you're applying. So it's a suitability. The suitability, your economic condition, if you're applying for a piece of land there and you cannot build your economic, there are stipulations when you're applying. Where will you get finance to build? And if you watch the stipulations, that is what guides us for approval to send to the minister for the commissioner to see I am not in accordance to this, I am not in accordance to approve this. So we could just put it aside and say this person doesn't have the criteria.
I know that you work directly with a minister. Is there any other in granting license and approvals? How many different committees within your department would a process normally go through? Can you perhaps maybe share with us some of those committees?
Like which approval you're referring to specifically, or just openly you're asking?
Openly.
Okay, so if you're applying, for example, for seabed, you'd have to apply through the physical planning section, and you would have to meet the criteria. Why would you want to apply for seabed? If you're not fully, if you doesn't have the capacity, it will not be approved. So it goes to physical planning, and you have to get planning approval. So after revision, it goes through the physical planning section. The principal planner makes that expert professional advice and it comes to the commissioner, and also the commissioner, because in our training we do physical planning also, we coordinate the principal planning, and I would make that recommendation to the minister if it's a yes or no.
Now, within your department, there's a valuation section, am I correct?
Yes, we have a valuation section.
What is that valuation section primarily responsible for?
Upon application for purchase, the valuation section calculate purchase prices. The valuation section do assessment for transfer of lease. If you're one party is transferring to a next party, they does an assessment. If you, as the applicant, is reflecting that the consideration I am transferring to Bishop and the considered value that I put in it is $20,000, the valuation section has the right to do an assessment of that to say that no, it is not 20, it could be 40. So that assessment is done by that section. Valuation section also does valuation for land acquisition under the Land Acquisition Act. If we acquire for a road, if we acquire, it is in the public interest. The valuation section advises the department, advise the commissioner on values, advise the legal section, advise the minister, advises also other departments if there's a need for us to advise other departments on land value.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brackett.
You're welcome,
Madam
Senator.
Senator Gal?
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Afternoon,
Happy New Year to you too. I would just like and the public to be enlightened on the process of, one, applying for a land, identifying a parcel of land, applying for it, and getting the property. What process and how long would that process normally takes?
Well, first of all, to apply for a piece of land, it is national land.
Yes.
There must be that availability. And your land use, the purpose of your application. If you're applying and applying for a house lot, a residential house lot, then we would limit you that we won't give you 10 acres of land to build one house lot.
All right.
So it limits you by your application or by your land use, the best use, what you are using it for. So if you are applying and it's for a agricultural purpose, and you would say that you want to plant citrus, we know by training that an investment, the type of investment in citrus, you wouldn't want to plant 1 acre of land with oranges or fruit trees because it wouldn't yield that amount. So we go into investigations, we go into why you are applying and your land use.
Let me just be specific here. Let's say someone wants to apply for a parcel of land, Krong land, on the coast of Belize City. What would that process be?
If the availability is there and we see no use for objection, we put it to, it comes from the national estate, it goes through the process. We are advised by the national estate officer. Now the national estate officer also is a deputy commissioner.
Right.
So her professional advice would come to the commissioner, who would use also that advice to advise the minister, where we sit in chamber and decide if we should object, yes or no.
Can a person, a regular Belizean, applying for lots, let's say 3-4 parcels in that area, we're talking about the coastline of Belize City, Is it a norm for people to get, one person to get several parcels in that one area?
Again, it goes to looking at the land use. Why would you want 4 parcels there? If you would want 4 parcels there, you'd have to have valid reason for me to not objecting to give you 4 parcels on a C post.
Like business proposals,
If you have
for example? Yeah.
proper business proposal and you have proper financing, the minister would then look at it, and there are certain applications the minister would meet with cabinet to make those decisions, because it's paramount that we just don't look at certain investments at all level.
Right. And how would valuation work for areas in like the coastline of Belize City?
We have different rates that we use for different areas in the country. We have a valuation sheet where lots along sea coast carries a different value
Yeah.
from lots maybe more inland.
Right.
The highest and best use principle comes into effect. So the lands are valued by the highest and best principle
Okay.
effect. The highest and best use formula is used to calculate.
Would you be able to share that document with us, at least the valuation sheet on the different values, at least in different areas?
Well, I could give you more examples rather than saying the definite figure.
Right.
For example, I will use maybe Belize City. Maybe in Belize City, I would say in Belama, we use maybe $25 per square yard or per square meter, while it is more residential than, it is residential, but in a business area like Albert Street,
Yeah.
you won't use that same figure, because the location, the commercial location carries a different value from just a residential location. So
Yeah.
there are different values used for different locations.
Commissioner, is there aware we're here to gather as much information when it comes to the Portico agreement that we've seen around? What is your knowledge when it comes to Portico and the definitive agreement?
Well, at the time of Portico, I was not the commissioner. It's just listening on the news
Yeah.
and listening to people talk about it, so it's hearsay. I have never delved into looking deeply into it to make some sort of advice or to chit-chat about it, because I listen, and it's I wouldn't say political,
Right.
but there are many different sides of it. People have different interpretation and looking at it different.
Have you ever heard at least on the media, we've seen that several parcels of lands were issued in Belize City, and there's some numbers thrown out of the sale price that was done. Have you heard any of that?
No, I hadn't. I
Okay.
didn't heard about that sales price that was offered to them.
When it comes to cruise projects, at what point would these type of projects come to the lands department?
It all depends, because most of those projects are private land, and private land is not in our hands, so we don't usually deal with them at the lands department.
As commissioner, would you sign any document when it comes to any property?
The only document I would sign, if there's an application for the use of the seabed. But apart from that, there wouldn't be much that we would deal with there. If there are permission to survey, yes.
Okay.
If there are permission to survey and the use of the seabed.
Thank you.
You're welcome, Senator.
Senator Herr.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, just a few questions. As you know, we are looking into the portico matter, and so my questions will be specific in relation to some land transactions that were related to that project, or became related to that project at some point. The Prime Minister in June of 2023 mentioned that there were 17 parcels of land related to what I think they referred to them as the portico lands. At some point, those 17 parcels were issued to an individual or individuals, and then they were transferred apparently to portico. Would that be highly unusual for so many parcels to be transferred to one or two individuals?
Are you saying transferred from government to these?
That's my understanding, and that's why I'm asking you to clarify that.
Well, I'm
for
not.
us. So did those come
Sorry.
from the lands department to those individuals? I mean, have you looked at the trail of how those transactions evolved to where they became portico lands?
I would assume that had occurred before I took office as commissioner. And I would also assume that those might just be private lands. So I am not familiar with those transactions.
How long, could you maybe give us an idea of how long it takes when an application goes in for government lands? You said that would then first be lodged at the estate section until it is approved, that lease would be approved. How long is that process?
What size of land are you talking about? House lot, residential, or acreage? Or?
Well, let's take several of them. How long would a lot take?
Okay, if you would apply for, I'll just throw out 5 acres. For 5 acres of land, first you'd have to come in and apply. If you apply on any given day. After you would apply for permission to survey if that land is not surveyed. So your application at this time would start to look or based on the surveyor that the licensed land surveyor that you would get to survey that plot of land. So that period there wouldn't be on our department. If you apply and that person take, for example, 6 months, I would subtract that from our department. After you get that permission to survey and the land is surveyed, that survey would have to be authenticated. The process of authentication is at the survey and mapping section. The survey and mapping section, as I have always known, and it's still known, there are a number of transactions that comes in for permission to survey. It's a very technical section. Technical work use technical people. We have done a lot of recruiting since I took office, and the section is moving much swifter now. We had implemented a new land folio system. Our system is second to none. We're moving very fast now. So I would say Authentication, let me say a month to a month and a half. So after authentication, then it goes down to estate where you'd have to scan these into the system, and it gets what we refer to as a NES, a National Estate Section Transaction Number, Instrument Number. We have, at this moment, some special constituents work that we did where we had a number of applications for policemen, a number of applications for teachers, a number of applications that we just overwhelmed with, that we are proceeding with now. So with all these applications, I would say maybe the next 2 to 3 months. After that 2 to 3 months, then you start to get the faster process where it will start come up for signatures at that level. So I would say a transaction like that should last maybe, I would say about 4 months, with the amount of work we have now and the amount of work we have put in since I assumed that office.
If that parcel would have been 100 acres, would the timeline be similar?
Well, the more the acre, we have to do investigations into these. We have the Land Information Center, which also, we had a lot of overlapping surveys, and we have cut down those overlapping by our investigations. So the bigger the acreage, the more investigation it needs to make sure that that person doesn't have any overlap. And we have to look into, sometimes you would apply for 100 acres and there are 5 surveys on that same parcel that you're applying. So it takes more if the acreage is bigger.
When a company with a proposed project comes in and applies for land, does the process start immediately, or does the Department of Lands ensure that maybe some other processes are completed? For example, approval maybe through, or it has gone through the whole Bell Trade process, approvals were given for a project, whatever it is. Do you go through a process, or do you start the lands process immediately if a company applies?
We work in unison with other departments, so we do check and balances in and outside of our department. We have to make sure that those companies are real. We have to make sure that those companies is not defunct, good standing, as I said before the application is, when the application is vetted, those are in our pipeline. So it definitely staggers that timeline.
For the lands related to the Portico project, you are not aware that those lands came from the department. They may have been private. That's what
not that I know of. It was before I assumed that office, so I'm not fully aware.
You wouldn't have checked whether your predecessor would have been involved in the issuance of those.
Well, I'm not fully aware of the project. I'm not fully, and I wasn't fully appraised of the project also, of those lands that you're talking about, specifically.
That's it, Madam Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator. So just to start there, and can we get you some water?
I'm
Like
good,
something-
thanks.
You're good? Okay.
Sure, thanks.
So help me understand something, and with your permission, I'll speak
Sure,
plainly.
you're welcome.
You get an invitation from the Senate Select Committee investigating this DBA definitive agreement, and you didn't think it would be relevant to look up what's
Well,
happening with that area?
I was out of the country on vacation. I just
Okay.
assumed office yesterday,
Okay,
so I wasn't fully aware of the letter.
okay.
Yeah. The letter was sent to me, but when I was out, I didn't have full email and what have
Okay.
you from work, so I...
Okay. But then even, well, I think it went out in December, but even so, then how do you, well, did you not have any involvement with the report that was referenced in the House in terms of the transfer of lands and references made to
Not quite. I didn't...
So who would have prepared that report that was read in the House? Are you aware?
No,
From the Lands Department?
Not fully
Or-
aware. I'm not fully... When was that?
The Prime Minister's report would have been in June, I believe.
Not that report. I'm not...
Okay. So, Commissioner, I think we can, as Belizeans, land has, it's a weighty word. It has implications. And the department and the ministry, without insinuating anything, has a reputation. How do you begin to tackle that in terms of when these situations emerge of possible inside track? Because you meet some people and they'll say, 5-10 years, I'm trying to get a piece of land, and then you see a report that says somebody got something straight to title in one day. How does that, where would an investigation begin, since I'm gleaning that no one has asked you to do an investigation into those transfers?
No, not quite.
Okay. Not quite? Almost?
No, I didn't.
Oh.
I wasn't involved with this protocol. None at all.
Okay.
None at all.
Okay. But where would you begin to investigate that
If I was supposed to
yes,
investigate?
Yes.
Well, to investigate, you have to start from the incept, from where the application came in up to where it is today.
Okay. And would that be something that you can instigate as the lands commissioner, or you would have to be directed to launch such an investigation?
Well, if a directive come, we act on directive. So once a directive come, and it is to the commissioner or to the department, and it is sent, usually it would be sent by the CEO, and there is a directive to do an investigation, then we do the investigation.
So on your own, your office cannot instigate an investigation?
Well, there would be no need to do an investigation, so we wouldn't just spring up and do one. But if there's a directive, we follow directives.
Okay. So if there were public reports saying that someone got a title for a piece of land that they shouldn't have, and maybe you signed it, or maybe it came through your office as sanctioned, you wouldn't do a query?
If it came through my office and I am involved, then I would look at it.
Okay. So you haven't been following the publicity on this matter since June?
Well, this was before my time.
No, I'm speaking about last year. You were in office last year.
Yes, I was
correct?
in office, but there was
Yes.
no directive sent to me.
Okay. So you may be unaware that there are things in there that do in fact involve you or reference you, or
Yes, I am not aware.
and you're not aware of
Not
it.
aware.
Okay. You spoke of the land folio system. I am led to believe that's a digital
It's a digital.
setup. Can you explain what that does?
Okay, the Landfolio system, Landfolio system is a software that was introduced to us somewhere around 2006. It's a computer software where you come in and apply, and the whole transaction is digitized. And you do researches on it, and whatever you need to do is just the software that we use.
It produces reports?
It can produce reports.
Okay. So if we were to get you certain pieces of information that the committee has come into possession and ask you to generate reports of how these parcels of land were handled, who did it, the folio system would be able to do that for us?
It should be able to. It should be able to.
Okay.
Because we had migrated from the old Landfolio to the new Landfolio system, and we might have not carried across all the information. So once all the information is across, it should be able to.
Okay.
Mhm.
But even under the older system, there would be some information there in terms of what the status of the land was, whether it was lease, national estate land, etc., correct?
The old one was put aside, so if the migration of that said parcel is finished, then it should show up on the new one.
But that 2006 information hasn't been discarded, right?
It hasn't been discarded,
Okay.
but IT would have to roll back
Yes.
and probably go into that, which is not in use, to do research
Yes.
from both.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes, so that's what I'm getting at. They can research both. It's
They
not
can
to say
research
that
both, yes.
just because the migration hasn't happened, the information is not
But
accessible.
we can conjoin and research both.
Okay.
Mhm.
And that carries what I'll call digital fingerprints, right? That will tell you whether it was a commissioner, whether it was the deputy, etc., of who was
It should
handling
have,
that, right?
yes.
Okay. So when you say should,
It is mandatory that the commissioner signs, so that signature should be there. Should be there.
yes. No, what I meant in terms of the time stamp and the who
Time, yeah, it has
personnel
time.
access the file, that information would
That
also
information
be
is
automatic,
there.
correct?
Mhm. Yes, Chair.
Okay, so that we can follow the history of the transfer of the lands. And
Yes, Chair.
that would be accessible to the office as a whole, not necessarily depending on who is in office, correct?
Well, if you work in national estate, you have your chores on your computer, so it wouldn't be to the whole office, the whole department, but the IT section should be able to do that.
Okay, and they have for the entire ministry, the
They have
IT
for the
system,
yes.
the IT department has
Mhm.
for everybody, right?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
When you look at the valuation aspect of it, and congratulations on your academic achievements, that's always
Thanks.
impressive when we hear a Belizean doing well. But the valuation system, is there a valuation for the land while it's still Crown land?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And is that standard or that varies? How does that work?
When it is Crown land, we have a purchase price. So there are two figures to it. We have what we sell it for, and we have what we refer to as where you pay land tax. There's a land tax assessment on that land. So those are the two values we use. If you're transferring lease, then we use a different value. So there's three values in effect there.
Okay.
One is a consideration that you use. You are saying that you're transferring to Mr. Webster as a leasehold interest. So that bears what we call
From the
a
government to Mr. Webster?
No,
That's
that
one
is purchase
valuation.
price.
Purchase price.
That is purchase price.
Okay. And then how...
If you're transferring lease,
Uh-huh.
so the transfer of lease carries a consideration. That is the figure you put. But government has its own assessment, so that is what we refer to as a leasehold interest price value.
But whether it's lease or freehold transfer...
It bears two different prices, two different values.
But either way, it is registered with it has to go into the registry, right? Government is aware of who owns which
Yes,
lands, right?
yes.
At all times?
Mhm.
Because then that valuation would
Well,
then play into the taxes?
There are times when, but it mostly refers to freehold interest. But there are times when people doesn't do a first registration on land. But if it's a leasehold interest, then we'd have registration on it, if it's lease.
Okay. But for what I'm getting at, for tax purposes, government knows who owns
Yes.
which land
We know
in
who
the
we are
entire
taxing.
country, right?
Yes.
So then also through the tax system, you could figure out, well, who is the registered owner of that land, because then that's who would be
We would know the
responsible for the
lessee.
taxes, right?
Yes,
Okay.
Chair.
So you work with the Ministry of Finance on that, or that is something handled at
That
your
is
ministry?
inside Lands Department,
Okay.
Lands and Surveys.
Okay. So they would also be able to give the committee a report in terms of whether
Yes,
taxes
madam.
were applicable, if indeed it is that the land in question was
Yes.
not freehold at the time, or was
If it's leasehold interest,
leasehold.
yes. Mhm.
The proposal here was also for the creation of land. How does that work? because as we understand, if this development had gone through, it would have also included a large peninsula.
Well, to apply to create land, in this case, they would apply for seabed, application for use of the seabed.
Not ownership, use.
Well, you would have to apply for the use of the seabed, but you'd have to apply for a permission to survey that area.
Okay.
But you'd have to apply for use of the seabed. And it goes through the process that in the end you apply to purchase that land. So you'd start with the application for use of the seabed. You'd apply for a permission to survey that area that you want to use as the seabed.
Okay.
So in the end, you're apply to purchase that land.
Would you have to own adjoining land before you could apply for seabed? Or if you own a seafront property, I could come and apply for the seabed in front of your land?
Well, the policy is if I own seaside property, there's a riparian law that there's another party should not own in front of you. You have that riparian right to own directly in front of you. You must retain the 66 feet reserve.
Okay. So then there would be a break in ownership. It would be private, government, then private again?
Okay, so
if the
I
66
own...
buffer remains government land, right?
The 66 feet is government.
Yeah. So it would be private on the coast, 66 feet government owned, and then private again for the newly created land?
No, okay. If I own this portion of land and I create... if I create, it adjoins this land. So it is one land then.
Okay.
And then the 66 feet will be on the
front
coast,
of the, okay.
coastline.
Okay. And how does that valuation then work? Because you've created a land and then you turn around and tell me, oh, no, it's worth millions of dollars. how does that work?
Well, it bears a value. It bears a value.
And how is the value?
The value is by the highest and best use. We use a formula to calculate that value. Although you created it, it's national land.
Okay.
So we have to charge you for national land for use of the seabed.
And what happens to the valuation of the adjoining properties? Does that go up, down, stabilize? How?
Adjoining as in...
like if my neighbor decides to do this massive project and creates land, and his valuation of his land goes up, what does that do to my property value?
Well, if I develop my land and I increase the value of my land, which we refer to as appreciation of value, it has a it has an effect that the land beside me or land in the area would also appreciate if you appreciate yours.
Which would increase the taxation across the board.
It doesn't have that taxation effect because we tax by location.
Okay. Well,
your tax would be different, but the area, the environment, the location, tax in the location will remain.
Yeah. Especially if I'm in a village versus a city, for instance.
Exactly.
There's a standard, right?
Exactly so.
Okay. I have to say I'm surprised that there hasn't been a request for inquiry into this matter. Is that unusual to you?
Well, there were no. I didn't get any directive. So
yeah, no. I heard you say that before. I said, but are you surprised that nobody has asked you to look into this? If there was in fact anything that would warrant closer inspection?
Well, the way I look at it is, it was 2020, and I am not sure how much our department, because it's private land, so we don't really deal with private land. Our department mostly, I was expecting mostly questions on the processes and ownership, like use of the seabed, permission to survey, calculating the purchase price and things like that. But for private land in the vicinity, we don't really deal with private land in vicinities.
Oh, so you can confirm to the committee that it was in fact private land that was transferred, private to private. I heard you say before you weren't sure.
Which you're talking the land directly?
Yes, the land in the included a reference in the proposed portico development.
It's private land.
It's private
It's
land.
private. It's not.
Okay.
It was not leased land.
I didn't.
It was not
hear
leased
that,
land.
okay.
No.
And that, so then the report that may have been referenced was the registration of when that ownership changed hands?
It would more be maybe from the registrar to say how much shares, because it is not leased land. It was the land in question is private land. And if I'm not mistaken, owned by a company and maybe 2 shareholders, if I'm not mistaken. So it's not leased land. So it's not on us. It's more the registrar could take the registration records and show you how much shares the proprietors have in question.
Okay, so you have done some research into this to be able to tell us that much?
Yes, to tell you that much.
Okay, okay. In terms of any involvement in terms of recommendations from yourself, how is that weighted? Are all your recommendations automatically accepted, or are they taken into consideration, but then a decision may not be specific to your recommendations from your office?
The recommendations that goes to the minister?
Yes, in the handling of any land applications.
Well, most of these sorts of recommendations are vetted right up to when they come to me with professional expert reports. So if it comes to me and I object, then we discuss with the minister, and probably there will mostly be an objection, because all these reports have in different reports. If we are doing an inspection, it carries an inspection report, and the inspection report carries heavy weight. So when you look at the inspection report, that officer would put in that report if he or she is recommending this project. So when it reaches the commissioner, I would have to start reading chronological order. And if I would see anywhere along where I need to object, then I would object. And the minister would look at it the same, because the minister is very keen at looking at these, at least the minister I'm working for now. But he looks at these very keenly, so that would be my word on that.
So I know you had the role previously in your previous capacity as well. Was that always the case, where there was this strict, because help me, I'm just trying to understand where this reputation, for better or worse, comes from, if there are these strict adherence to these?
There are always strict adherence when it comes to land matters, because land is very, very strong. So it is always strict when it comes to that.
So how these things happen then, Mr. Commissioner?
Which things?
These things that give the department and give the ministry the reputation, and I won't go into the name calling.
Things do happen.
Okay, so tell me how they happen, because that is what I'm not getting. I'm hearing that there are very specific protocols, but how do the not so good things happen, or the things outside the strict guidelines happen?
Well, I wouldn't want to go into that, because it wasn't under my watch, and it wasn't under my minister watch. So I don't want to go to 2020. It was before I took office, so I wouldn't want to go into that. But I would have, if I do an investigation, then I could come here in front and say, this is what I found. I wouldn't want to talk on what I didn't investigate. But if I investigated, then I would be willing to come here and say, this is how it happened.
Yes.
But if it's before my time and I didn't investigate it, I wouldn't want to do that. It isn't proper for me to do that.
Although I would think it would be proper and necessary to do something so that you know what controls to put in place to make sure those things don't get repeated.
Well, we have controls in now under my watch.
Yes. All right. So tell me what type of controls you have in place now under your watch that's been instituted since you took over. That might give us line of sight.
Okay. We from the inception, when there are applications, or our frontline clerks are very trained. If somebody come, and if a company come right now, and that person come to apply, One of the clerk would call commissioner. This person now have over 50%. It is not a local company. They call day to day. And we act very stringent. We rule that you can't register, you can't apply because you don't have the capacity, and this is how we start. And if you do that, it won't happen. If we start by saying, okay, somebody is applying for the seabed, and we vet, we go to minister in the end, minister, this person is not supposed to get it. Minister say, he won't get it, he won't get it. So we are strict. We are strict.
So yeah, so those are the two examples that you
Those are two minor, two, just for ease of information.
Okay.
Those are two that I would use.
Okay. Can you point to the one that you feel is the firewall, the wall of defense that's keeping things together? I mean, we know how important land is to Belizeans, and everybody wants to own a piece of the jewel, as they say. So, what's the line of defense that you can point to that this is what's safeguarding your birthright?
One of the things is, for example, people have profession. You have some people that are not well trained. You have some people that are not strict. You have some people that come to work and they only come because that is their job. So if you are a professional, you will act professional, and these things won't happen.
I hear you. And I think that goes across the sector, right?
Yes.
I want to acknowledge that Senator Smith has joined us. Senator Smith, would you like to ask the Commissioner any questions before? I'm sorry? Oh, okay, no problem. Let me know before we close if you have anything. Thanks. So I just, who would then, beyond the good standing certificate and the other things for the company, who would then, they would have a report from another entity, another department to say that this is a bona fide business plan or this is a legitimate investment venture? How does that dynamic work?
From the business registry.
From the business registry?
Business registry.
Does that take the form of a report, a printout? What is it?
It's a report, and they would sign.
Okay.
They sign.
To effect what? What would be the wording on that?
Well, the signature, if I apply and I'm saying that it is there would be a letter there that would say that the company is legit, the company has good standing. So when that comes in, then we look at that.
Okay, no, but I'm speaking, so I hear you on that. The company has a good standing certificate. But I mean, if this company is saying, I am going to, as you used earlier, I'm going to have a citrus farm. How do you actually verify that that is actually what they're going to do with that proposed piece of land? Is there a printout that says they went to DFC to get the funding, they went to CGA to get the plans? How do you verify that it is a legitimate proposed investment before there's any kind of transaction with the land?
Well, it's hard to say if it's legitimate, but we have land inspectors, and the land inspectors go out and try their best to do proper investigation. And our training train us to sometimes look into these matters and come out on top.
Okay. And then the other policies in terms of land use, because we know, when you look at different maps of Belize, you have, this is mangrove, this is wetland, this is, different, savanna, this is, there are all these terminologies. How do you determine whether the land is actually viable for the stated purpose, or how does that weigh into anything, or does that play a role in anything, or other policies? Is this protected land? Is this a biological corridor? Is this, mangrove that plays into other things? If it does, how does it work in and through which policies?
Well, I must say that we have our land information center, and we have soil maps, we have maps that shows suitability of land. and our maps are really up to date. The section have people in there that are really skilled, and sometimes, or most of the time, I should say, we would look at my seat, I would call downstairs and ask that section, can you send me a report? And the report will show you layers. It would show, we have a base map, and it will show you this area is swampy. We have also the vegetation map. So we are equipped to know if it is viable. For example, you know that mostly in the south there are citrus. There might not be people planting citrus in other areas because the suitability of the soil. So these are the things that we look at our land information center, and it will tell we, and I think you should have give this person this for that. You don't want to put one shrimp farm in the middle of Belize City, you know. So it tell you where to go, what direction to go.
Okay. And that is fed to the person in advance, or if they push to say, well, we have new technology, or they can still push for that, or how does it work?
If they push, we object and write them and tell them the land is not available for that, or you don't have capacity. So we cannot, we put an object, we object, sorry.
Okay.
We object.
Okay. And then you get a proof of financing document as well?
We do our investigation. I wouldn't want to say how, but we do our investigations.
Okay. Any other senator? Yes, Senator Bengushe.
Madam Chair, I just have two additional questions for Commissioner. Commissioner Brackett, you spoke about the process insofar as land lease or land purchasing is concerned. Would that also apply to the keys, or is there a different process? Let's say somebody would like to purchase a key. Would they go through the same process that you had outlined before?
It would be the same, and we are guided by what we term the pricing policy. The pricing policy is for the whole country. So keys have their rate from X to Z. If you're buying in Sartaneja, they have on the pricing policy, it tells you land in this area. So we have a value map that we look at that shows your value in this area is this. So the pricing policy is based on it. They are simultaneous.
Thank you, Senator Herrera.
Yeah, I just have a follow-up question, Commissioner.
Sure, Senator.
You mentioned that the lands related to the Portico investment are private. Would you be able to tell us when those became private? And if you don't have that information now, would you be able to get that to the committee? And as well, whose name were they transferred in if they went private from the ministry, and at what time? Would you be able to tell us like whose name those were transferred to?
Once I get a directive, investigation can be filed for
the committee. I as a member of the committee would like to have that information. I don't know what the process would be for you internally, but I mean, I would really like to see that information.
Sure, you could write to the CEO, and the CEO would send a directive for us to do the investigation.
Thank you, Senator Herrera. Just a follow-up question, because along the same vein, so the land you're referring to would be the one on the coast and to some degree inland that would have been private or Crown land at one point and then private. But the seabed would have been government land.
Seabed is national land.
Yes. So right now, does the proposed developer own the seabed? Has already applied for the ownership of the seabed? And if so, how much?
My knowledge of that is that they had applied, but it is still in process.
You can't say which stage of the process?
I could check and I could report to you, but they had applied.
And for
But
how many acres they applied?
I wouldn't have that specific amount here, but I could recall that they had applied and it is in process.
Okay. Is there a law that applies to a citizen getting more than 500 acres? Is there any stipulation that?
If you apply for over 500 acres, it's usually cabinet make that decision.
And just for the abundance of clarity, if anybody came in and applied for more than 500 acres, that would go straight to you as commissioner? Who receives that application, looks at it and says, this is above or this goes?
Usually the officer in front, the frontline officer would indicate to that person immediately that you'd have to have some sort of recommendation for us to look into this, because you're not recommended. Usually cabinet would look at it and then it comes to us. It would have to come and it has to have the directive.
Okay, so it would be a cabinet recommendation already.
Recommendation, yes.
You wouldn't receive it and then it goes to cabinet.
No.
It would come from cabinet.
From them.
Okay, and that's always been the process?
It always the process. Sometimes what really happens is this. If we look at the viability, then we could recommend to cabinet and say this is a viable project in our eyes. And it goes and then we send it to minister. Minister look at it. When they have the cabinet meeting, they would look at it and then he come back with it. So that is our practice.
Okay. Senator Smith, you have anything?
Afternoon.
From what Chair was asking just now, clarity. So if I want to get over 500 acres of land, do I still complete an application form and that goes to maybe a minister or to cabinet? Or I just go and say, Minister Hyde, Minister Fonseca, whoever minister, I would like to get 500 acres of land or 550 acres of land in this area. Can you all review, make a recommendation?
When it comes in, the commissioner write a recommendation and ask the frontline clerk to please accept. Once they accept, then we take it to meeting, and the minister would deal with that at that level, and then it comes back into stream.
Okay, so it must always begin with an application
Start with the
that
application.
goes to the department.
Yes.
And then from there, then you all determine whether you must send it
yes,
further.
thereafter.
So nobody can go to a minister, for example, or even a prime minister to seek over 500 acres of land without first having completed an application form. That's the part that I want to get clear.
Well, the minister and the prime minister are usually the one that recommends that they come to us first, and then we make that recommendation for the front line to accept, and then they are very strict with it. They are the ones that make the recommendation for us to send it to them.
Thanks for that.
You're welcome.
Are you aware, Commissioner, that under the Finance and Audit Reform Act at 22, and I can ask the clerk to share this with you, that this is stipulating that there must be a resolution by the National Assembly?
Yes.
How is that handled? Is that retroactively, or do you need to see this?
That is dealt us outside of us.
Okay.
That is dealt with outside of us.
But in terms of timeline, is it then brought after the fact, after it has gone through, it is final with the lands department or in the registry, and then it is the resolution, or how is it handled? Because this says before.
It's usually before.
It's on before.
Yes, before.
Okay. So you then monitor to make sure that you don't do any transfers until you have the resolution.
Yes.
And that is always the case.
Yes.
At least under your tenure.
I could say.
Did you get handing over notes from your predecessor?
No, I didn't get handing over notes.
Okay. Commissioner, would you like to share anything else with the committee before we
Well, I
let you get back to your work?
just want to say thanks and express my appreciation for you all doing a good job. Continue what you're doing because we need to have things done in the right way.
Thank
Thanks.
you.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you,
Okay,
Commissioner.
sure, you're welcome.
Sorry, and as we've asked our other invited guests, that should we need to recall you, I trust that you will be able to make time for the committee.
Sure, sure.
In the event that we
at
will
your
need to get that
call.
done. Okay,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. The public hearing will now stand adjourned. Thank you.
You're welcome.